Greetings, everybody. Happy Monday. All right, get me out of this thing. Get me out of this. Nick, welcome back, dude. Thank you for the 101 months. That's a lot of months. So it's been a few days. I don't know where I'm at. Why is this not running? First of all, why you no run? Maintenance, fine. Power? Okay, let's go see if this thing has power. Excuse me, sir, do you have power? Sir, you have power. Well, this has power. Yeah. That has power. That has power. Okay. So next thing is it just copper we put into that, or is there something else that needs to be done? Let's see here. Uses. And we go to ore processing. Water. Okay. Did I forget to put water in this? I hate it when I forget to put water in it. Does this have water? This has water. Where water in for the big machine? Oh wait, we're putting distilled water in there, right? Let me double check here. No, it is just regular water. But we're distilling water. Am I trying to run this off distilled water and it's not working? Let me double check one more time. Yeah, so crushed copper plus water in the electric ore factory. So why are we putting distilled? Was the old one needing distilled? None of this needs distilled. Why do we put distilled here? I don't remember. Okay, so I need a wire cutter. And we need this guy right here. And then up, we want fluid card. And that's set to water. Okay, and then we just need to get the laser. Can I go from this one to this one? Yeah, I can just do that. Or I could come from this one to that one, which would probably look better. Let's do that actually. We can do that.
Yeah, Egan just resubscribed for 50 months. Woohoo, 50 months.
Wahoo! I guess it doesn't really matter. I'll just do that. It looked like this laser beam was going off at an angle, but I guess it is going up one block, which is kind of what was messing with me a little bit. It just didn't look like it was at a proper right angle because it is going up in height. Okay, so yeah, this hasn't been running the whole time apparently because I put distilled water in there. I'm not sure why we put it in there. Obviously, I thought that it needed distilled. Maybe specific ores need distilled and some don't? Yeah, that must be it. Let's take a look at this thing. So this is electric or... No. Electric or factory. Or processing. Yeah, look at this. Okay, so silver requires distilled. Tin dust. Man, that's really annoying. So that means we have to have 2 of these set up. Like how slow is this? I guess this can be increased in speed by the power tier, yeah? Okay. So that means we're gonna need one of these for each of these different types. We need one for water, we need one for distilled water, we're gonna need one for sodium persulfate. Is there anything else in here? So just those three? It's just those three. Okay. Now, alternatively, we could have like a multi-fluid tank and provide many different fluids into this thing. And that should also work, yeah? I'm pretty sure that would work. So I could make another LV input bus, or was that ULV? I don't remember what that is. And we could provide both water and distilled. That's ULV. Okay, let's do that. Let's set it up so both of those will run for now. The sodium persulfate we can hold off. ULV input patch. That's me about to say bus, but actually stopping myself and saying hatch. Hatch. All right, so let's make this. Boop. What do we need? Apparently we need wooden slabbages for some reason. Yeah, again, hey, welcome back. Thank you for the 50 months. Sorry, I was a little distracted there. Thank you, dude. This guy, that one. Fluid input patch. Night Owl, wish you luck. Your wife is here to get a C-section. Wow, that sounds like a major medical procedure. Good luck. Hope everything goes as planned. As much as possible, I guess. So I'm going to place that there and that there. This one is going to be distilled water once again. Oh, I need my distillery. So now I need the wire cutter. This thing's getting power once again. Now I need my laser node. Which means I need this to this. So this guy we are exporting to the top. And this one we're going to put water into the bottom. Water. This needs to be on number 5, was it? I don't remember if that's the right one. No, I think it's number 1. I think this one's number 1. Number 5 is a slower one. Yeah, that's what we want. Okay, and then I need another laser up here. And we're gonna provide that one with water. Which means I need another fluid card. This guy, we need to give a fluid filter. That's gonna be inserting and water. Okay, so now we got water. We got distilled water provided. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. We could have one putting the water into the side and one going to the top. You're right. We don't need 2 separate nodes. So we got water being added from the front face, and then this one's got water going up. This should be running every 16 seconds. Yeah. Okay. Yep, everything's working correctly. Sweet. So this thing now handles both water and distilled water. Easy. All right. What's this quest? We got quests that are complete. Basic arc furnace, graphite. What else? Down here, gallium arsenide dust. Realger dust. We did it. What else? This one, annealed copper ingot. Sodium dust. Okay, so we were working down this tree last time, if I remember correctly. We got sulfuric acid, and we were trying to make hydrochloric acid, and we were also going to get sodium bisulfate as a byproduct, so we could do both of these. Did we ever get to the iron 3 chloride? I don't think we did, and I don't even remember where we were doing this. I just remember we were doing it. You know, we're making distilled water in 2 different places now. It's making me feel like we should set up like a distilled water area. Not something we have to worry about right now, but it's making me feel like we should do that. Oxygen, annealed copper. Why? Why do we have a fluid cell here with water going into a basic chemical reactor? I mean, obviously we need water for something, but it feels like I should have just put one of the laser nodes here. Maybe we did this like before we started into lasers. I'm not sure. I don't know. I have no idea about Stacia 2 Expert. This pack is Greg Tech. I have no idea if that other pack you're talking about is Greg Tech or not. Was that the hydrochloric acid? Can I buy the jet boots now? I don't know. Coin. Yes. Yes, I can. It's repeat. Wait, it says. Okay, I did it, but I can't do it until I make this assembler. Seriously? What the heck? Oh. That is such a weird dependency. Why would they do that? I would be upset if, like... I mean, it took my star coins. I mean, I guess I can always spawn in more. But yeah, we just put in 64 of that. It says it's a repeatable quest. I'm going to be upset if it won't allow me to actually claim this when we unlock it. Don't you just love Greg Tech? That isn't Greg Tech. That's the pack author doing this. That's not Greg Tech. Yeah, so we were trying to make these circuits, and then we went on side quests. I think what I was gonna do was make like 3 stacks of LV circuits because we need those in order to put into this MV, right? Maybe we should do this first. Like get 3 stacks of these crafted up so we can make all of the MVs. No, that's 192. I think we work on this. We get the LV circuits out of the way. That way we can just make all of the MV circuits when we actually get to that point. Because currently we have 3. We would make 1 circuit and then we'd have no circuits available for anything else. So I think this is like important for us to do right now. And once we get to MV, well, hold on a second. Before we commit to doing that, or actually, I guess it'd be LV circuit. Basic circuit assembler. So it's 2 MV circuits to make the basic circuit assembler, and this thing will allow us to make circuits cheaper? Question mark. Wait, we can make MV circuits with the LV one? So it's 1 fewer circuit, but still requires the diodes. I thought this would allow us to make the basic circuits. Actually, let's just click on basic circuit. Circuit assembler. So it's still 2 of those. It is cheaper. But by how much? How much is the regular circuit? It's 2 of those, 2 of these. Okay, so it's 3 of these with the rubber on it. And then a steel. So no steel. 2 of those, so it's cutting that by a third, and then we don't need the rubber at all. It is cheaper, but not like a crazy amount. It's just the steel, really, and then we're getting the rubber essentially for free, so that doesn't matter. Yeah, it's 50% more red alloy wire. And then we also get 2 per craft here. No, never mind. That is significantly cheaper. It's essentially one of each, well, one of each of these and half of printed circuit board per circuit. Whereas here it is 2 resistors, 2 vacuum tubes. All, yeah, it is actually pretty cheaper. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Instead of making 192 3 stacks of these, we are gonna make like 1 stack of the more expensive non-circuit assembler variety, so we can get the MV circuits to make the circuit assembler, and then we're gonna like make the 3 stacks or whatever with the circuit assembler. I think that's the way we're gonna handle this. So let's bring this back down to 64. Or maybe even 32. Let's bring this down to 32. Okay. So I need 14 red alloy ingots. Wire mill number 1. $23 of these. 67 of these. Uh, 23 of those. 29 of those. Steel bolts, 92. So that's 23 steel rods. We have the rods. So I need 23 of these. And we put that into the cutter. How do you unlock the boots? Well, you buy it in the store, right? For 64 coins to get them. But nowhere on this page does it look like that that they are unavailable. But when we go back here, you can see there's a check mark that I bought it, but there's a lock. I have to make the advanced assembler in order to unlock that quest to actually claim my reward, which is stupid, which is the very next quest in this chain, but we have to make MV circuits in order to do that. So we need 138 of these. $46. Fine copper wire. We need 6 crafts on number 3. Number 3. $83 of these guys. Boom. So yeah, the steel bolts are being made. Just need 20 more of those. Yeah, so we're waiting on that. We're waiting on the wire, and then I don't know where oh, the lubricant is part of the cutter recipe. I don't think there's a way to tell it that we need the lube or don't need it. Okay, so we can make these. And we're waiting on the fine copper, which is now done. Okay, so we make those. And then we make 29 of those, which is still less than what I wanted to make. But it puts us exactly at 32. That's fine. That'll get us to where we need to be. So we need to make the phenolic printed circuit board. How far into this did we get? We haven't got anywhere. So this isn't broken out like it should be. So let's do that. Oh, I don't even have this listed here. This. What? This? This. This is what we're looking for. Okay, and silver foil, we can break that out. Iron 3 chloride. Iron dust and hydrochloric. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. And then hydrochloric is... I think we're gonna do the chlorine. Chlorine and hydrogen. Let me just look through this real quick. Salt and sulfuric acid. Was this what we were doing? Hold on a second. Maybe this is the one we were doing. Let me bookmark this one. Or bookmark that. This is the one we currently have bookmarked, but this one... Sulfur trioxide. How are we going to get chlorine? Concentrated bromine. I think we were getting salt, right? I'm pretty sure we were getting salt. Downstairs. We set up like a bunch of evaporators. So salt water gets us the chlorine. So we're already making chlorine. That's right. So we go this method. So the hydrogen is the portion of this that I don't know about. Hydrochloric. Water. Oh, I think I was going to do this method with the methane, but I think, let's see here. Do we have any sodium? How do you get sodium? I don't think we're going to do that method. All right, so hydrogen. Was it the electrolyzer? It's super annoying that like the ingredient goes up and then down, then up, then down. What are we looking at here? There's so many different things. Yeah, so salt water. Oh, right. So salt water makes chlorine and hydrogen. Let's see here. Okay. Salt water. Right. Yeah. So we take the salt water that we're already making downstairs, and then we electrolyze that, and it gives us both of these ingredients. We need both of those ingredients in a chemical reactor to make hydrochloric. Okay. Let's go take a look at how we are doing down here. So we have chlorine and we have hydrogen. Look at that. Fascinating. Finally, he figured it out. Yeah, guys, it's been a few days since I last looked at this. And there's a lot of recipes here. So give me some slack, please. Let's see. So we just need a chemical reactor to make the hydrochloric, and then we already have the hydrogen. Wait, we don't need... This gives us back the hydrogen. So we're going to be at a loss. We're going to be at a loss on chlorine. The iron 3 chloride. Yeah, we're going to be at a loss on chlorine. So we're going to have an excess of hydrogen that we're going to have to dispose of. Okay. Slack is for slackers.
Your underscore imagination just resubscribed for 65 months. What in the Greg Tech is happening?
That is right. What in the Greg Tech is happening? Okay, well, let's go ahead and just take this one step at a time. Whoop, that's not what I meant to do. Let's get back here. This. So I guess I don't even need this, honestly. So let's get hydrochloric acid being made. So we'll set up an electrolyzer pulling out of this and this. I don't know what I'm doing with this thing. I'm just going to set this over here for now. I might just throw that away and get rid of it. So I need a chemical reactor. Chemical reactor. This is what we need. All right, so we need some steel plates. If you add some O2 to it, then you can make water. I mean, that seems kind of pointless since we have infinite water, right? I mean, I understand what you're saying, but that seems pointless. Burn the hydrogen for power. We are good on power. We are currently burning diamonds for power. I'm just gonna go ahead and make a stack of wrought iron plates so I'm not having to do this every few minutes. What else do we need here? We can make one of those. One of those. Tin cable, 6 of these. How are we doing a rubber? Ooh. 9 stacks? Let's go. Man, automating that definitely was like the best thing that I could have done. All right, so we do this. We do this. We do that. Do this. Do this. Do this. Do this. Fine, I'll click the button, then I'll click this button. Need more wrought iron? Probably, honestly. I just realized something, which you guys were probably knowing this whole time. But getting the fluids from these barrels into this is like super easy. Like super easy. I just now realized this. So we want to pull fluid from here. Extract. This one, pull fluid, extract. And then I need one going into here.
Insignia just gifted 1 subs.
Hey Nezzy, thank you so much for gifting us sub, dude. Except it's not putting it in. I think because I need to press this button. Nope. Oh, this is insert. Why? Yeah, hold on a second. We're oh. This one. Extract. Channel 0, insert. We are extracting, we are inserting. Can I not extract from the side of the steel drum? Does it have to be the top and bottom? Wrench the drum to point the fluid output on it?
Insignia just gifted 2 subs.
Is that using durability? It is. Okay, I'll stop spamming it. I don't think you can wrench those, so why am I not pulling fluids out? I'm not pulling from the wood cable thingy. No, the red laser is the connection from this to this one. So it just says that these two nodes are connected. The blue laser is the fluid. So we're extracting out of that. This one is connecting this one to the same network. We're extracting out of here, and then we're inserting here. I don't understand why this isn't working.
Nasi Oldnia gifted a tier 1 sub to Just Soften. They have given 66
Okay.
gift subs in the channel.
I'm gonna try using this one since this is kind of extra, so it doesn't matter what happens with here. Let me grab a fluid cell. Let's try this. This will be insert on this side. This one on the tank, fluid card. Extract. This one here, north side, fluid card, insert. We connect here to here. I mean, that's pulling the fluid. So that works. Nazi, thank you for gifting another sub. Thank you. Thermal tanks would be better in this option. I don't understand why. See, we're pulling directly out of the drum exactly the same way. Yeah, I don't understand why this isn't working. Is it because we're trying to send two different fluids? Let's disconnect this. Let's take some. What am I trying to say? Let's make this less complicated. So we're literally just extracting from this and we're inserting into this. Yet nothing is happening here. Let me break and replace. This has chlorine. Let me try putting a different tank here. Let's try putting this tank here. This has 8 buckets. If I put this in front here. And we put it from the back to accept. Okay, that's working. So can these not insert directly into the GregTech chemical reactors? And if not, why not? I'm inserting water into these things. Just like this. Interesting. Okay. It's the face of the insert was the problem. Okay. I don't quite understand it, but it's fine. You guys have to look at one of these things. There we go. No. Okay. So we have this. Now we need to give it power. I don't want this fluid on the same network as our power, so we're just gonna put a node on top to give it power from the main network. And energy card. Insert. Oh wait, no, we need to have a power transformer. We need power from this guy. Oh. I mean, I guess we could take power from here. Yeah, we're probably gonna steal some power off this one, I think. Dang. If I put this on the back, that would be cleaner.
Chachava rated my stream with 51 viewers.
Hey, Chachava, thank you for the raid. Welcome, people. Welcome, welcome. It does need a converter. I wasn't thinking, obviously. Yeah, I think we just pull from here to here. That's just the simplest solution. We just do one of those numbers. It's not clean, but it's gonna work. It's gonna get us going where we need to be. Oh, the wrench is in my... All right, I need a wire cutter. Boom, hydrochloric acid. How's Star Technology treating me? Oh, it's treating me pretty well. We're getting to the point now where we're trying to get into MV and make our first MV circuits, which is a lot of fluid negotiation, which we are in the process of doing right now. We started utilizing laser IO for moving power and fluids around the base, which is super helpful for getting stuff moved around as it needs to be. We're utilizing Tom Simple storage mod for item transfer, which is like an early game applied energistics, sort of. We got automatic sieving up and running. We don't have automatic ore processing up and running, but yeah, we are creating sand, gravel, dust, and we're sifting all of those. So we got plenty of resources coming in. Magnetite, galena, saltpeter, iron, copper, all this kind of stuff. So that's pretty nice. Laser IO is such a nice logistics mod. Yeah, it's pretty good. I like it. It takes a little bit of getting used to. It's not intuitive, like just pick it up and understand how it works, but once you use it for just a little bit, it makes sense. Okay, so we have the hydrochloric, and we need a hydrochloric with iron dust in order to make iron 3 chloride, and we need the iron 3 chloride in order to make phenolic printed circuit boards, so we can make our MV circuits. Oh boy. Okay, so the next step is we need to get ourselves another chemical reactor. Does this need a chemical reactor too? Okay, we're gonna make 2 more chemical reactors. Chemical reactor, make me 2 of these. All right, we need some steel plates. Ba-ba-boom. All right, so I need 12 of these, 2 of these, 2 of those, 2 of these, 2 tin ingots, or tin rods. The lack of facades and not being able to clone entire nodes' sides are your only real complaints with Laser IO. And those are all features that somebody can make an add-on mod for, or could just be added to the mod directly. Okay, 2 more chemical reactors. So yeah, the hydrochloric acid is just going to be pushed into this guy. Okay, so we have our hydrochloric in this one. And then we provide iron dust, and then we get this stuff. This has to be on a number 1 circuit. Iron dust. So we need to make some iron dust. Okay, I think it is time. You're honestly kind of surprised nobody's made an add-on for that? Iron. Okay, so iron dust. There we go. So we should be getting that all the time now, which is good. Alternatively, we could just smelt a whole bunch of the raw things into the ingots and then crush it into the dust, but... What am I missing here? Hydrochloric plus iron. Oh, I didn't get this power. Of course. The one thing I always forget to do is give a machine power. Now, if they could add in Laser IO for EU, oh, that would be sick. So in this process here, we're taking salt water that we're getting from these evaporative towers. We're electrolyzing it, the salt water, into hydrogen and chlorine. Then we're taking that hydrogen and chlorine and we are combining it back into hydrochloric acid. So at this point, it's the same amount of fluid as what we started with. There's no extra. But when we run it through this, we're taking iron dust plus the hydrochloric acid. We're getting 3 buckets of hydrogen back per craft to 1 bucket of this iron 3 chloride. So we have an excess of hydrogen. We need to delete this. So that's the next step here. Is I need a fluid trash can. I mean, obviously, I would like to retain this and hoard all the things, but we don't need this. I'm going to place this like this, which is probably way more than what we need to do. But just to get us going here. Oh, this needs to be up here. And then this guy. We are... Fluid card. With a filter... I'm double filtering this, which is definitely not needed. We're extracting. And then we are going to be inserting into the trash can. So why that no work? Do I have to do the same thing here? Extract from like the down? Did they extract from the back? That the east? The west? The south? The north? One of these times we're gonna figure this out. It's gonna be amazing. Up. Down. Default. Okay. In no way does this want to extract. I love it. I didn't blacklist that. You blacklisted that. Okay. All right. Fine. So iron 3 chloride. We probably want to hold a lot of this stuff. So I'm going to get a tank. We don't need this chlorine that's in here. I need to put a filter on this if we're going to do that. Otherwise, it's going to push whatever fluid in there. We need to explicitly say only the iron 3 chloride. I mean, we could put the laser IO thing as an in-between. That would be your filter, but GregTech has its own filters that we can use. Zinc. Bender, what is that, number 10? To make the foils. Fluid filter. This one. So we can just stick that right here. So that's on that side. Oh, but now I can't configure it. I need a screwdriver. Fluid filter. Fluid insert. We want iron 3 chloride. Whitelist? Blacklist, whitelist. Okay, so now that this has been whitelisted on iron 3 chloride, to only allow that, we need a push to the front. And we have iron 3 chloride. Yep. So we can get rid of this. We can get rid of that. Next step is we need a chemical reactor. Is that what we've just made here? Yeah, chemical reactors. We want this guy. And this is just going to be pulling directly out of there. We don't need a filter. That's only going to ever have iron 3 chloride. So I need a pump. I'm gonna make this easier. Instead of making the GregTech pump, we're just gonna use a laser node. I know I avoided using that right here. It's fine. It's fine. Chat, it's fine. Okay? It's fine. What am I doing? I want to do this. So we want here, fluid card, we're extracting. And this one, we are fluid card inserting. Okay. Okay. So now we need to give this power. And we need silver foil. Oh, we also need these. So that's an assembler with glue and wood pulp. We have none of these things. How do we get glue? An extractor? No, a centrifuge. Okay. And we're gonna make, I don't know, 16 of these to start with. Raw rubber pulp, what? Why do we need raw, at what point do we need raw rubber pulp during this? I am so very confused. Nothing here shows raw rubber pulp. Wait, this does. Why? This doesn't. None of this shows raw rubber pulp. Oh, to make glue. Hold on. No, this is giving us raw rubber pulp. It's not requiring it. I don't understand. 800 remaining out of 800 obtained. 8 crafts remaining. This is very confusing how this is laid out. I don't understand. That's weird. So this says I need 3 logs macerated. Macerate. Okay, we got that macerating. 8 crafts remaining. Not rubber. What is that? What was that stuff called? Sticky resin. And we do that in what? A centrifuge. 1 centrifuge. I feel like we should probably just do more. Just get like a big supply of glue. Oops. Oh yeah, I'm aware, like everything that's required for like the circuit assembler, that's definitely stuff that we need to do. If we can make things cheaper, that's better. It just means less time crafting, less time waiting on those crafts to happen. Okay, so this will just fill up. We'll have glue for days. We're gonna have a lot of glue, but that's fine. We'll just let that go and do its thing. So I need 800 mils. How am I gonna transport that? I guess we will use a fluid cell. Oh, that's wrong. I need to be blue, not orange. Okay, that's our 800. And then that needs to go into an assembler with wood pulp. Okay. Oh. Okay, then. We have a lot of wood pulp. Assembler. I can't do this, can I? Nope. I don't have another tank on me. I guess. We will do that. This. That. Okay, so as we get glue, man, I should just set up like another assembler and another center fudge and just like have this thing going all the time. There's an assembler, and then I needed a center fudge. Magnetic iron. Hey yo, what's going on? We are trying to get to MV circuits, and there's a lot of setup to go from LV to MV. Right, so centrifuge. We'll do this. Okay. Excuse me, I had to sneeze. Right, so we have the fluid cell here. So we're going to be taking the raw input, putting it into the centrifuge, which is going to go into that, and that's going to go into here. And then we're going to take our wood pulp and put it into this one. And then we should get the circuit boards out. Thank you. So the next question is where do I set this up? I guess that would be set up downstairs with the other stuff that we currently have set up for making these circuits. So iron 3 chloride. I guess we set it up so the output goes from here to here, yeah? So that would be this guy. We're going to be ejecting the items over there, which will be these. So now we need a barrel. We're gonna have to put some signage on here. Wood pulp in. We'll just call this wood pulp. Actually, no. Yes. Yeah, we'll do this manually, fill this up manually, that's fine. So this is going to be taking wood pulp from the side, and then we need to have glue coming in, which we can just put in from here. And then we will have another barrel. This is going to be sticky resin. This will pull from the top. Oh, I can't pull from the top, can I? I need robot arms. All right. And this needs glue. No. Yes, this needs glue. So I kind of want to push what I currently have into this machine. Okay. Any plans for a Hermitcraft modded server anytime soon? I haven't heard any rumblings about that. So stick your resin in. This makes glue. Glue goes over into the basic assembler, which is mixed with the wood pulp. This is making these circuit boards. That's going over into here, which is going to put the iron 3 chloride plus the circuit board. And then we also need another input of silver foil. Let me take a look here. Yeah, so that's silver foil plus the circuit board. And then what do we do with these? That's just that component. Okay. So I think we'll put silver foil in front. Just so we have like the raw ingredients in front, even though like it should go on top, and then we don't have like a place for that power to go, which is annoying. So we're just gonna do this. Sign. Oh, they're on my inventory. Silver foil. So this needs a robot arm on the front of it. And these are also going to start needing filters so we don't fill up like everything, especially when there's multiple materials needed. Is there enough amps for all this? We will adjust that if needed. So let's see, that is this guy in the front. This needs a filter. Supply exact. Keep exact. Supply exact. Am I using the, oh. There we go. How much did it need? 4. Now this is pushing. Can I put a filter and a robot arm on this? Or maybe can I put a filter on this? The eject? I don't know if I ever tried that. Can you put a filter on this to only allow a certain amount? It might be that this machine... What are these blinky lights? Why are those blinky? Okay. Anyway, it might be that this machine here that's taking the iron 3, this might need a robot arm to pull out of this machine instead of this machine next to it pushing everything into it. If it pushes everything into it, it can fill up both slots and then that breaks, right? So let's get a robot arm. We're going to turn this one off from pushing to this side. We'll just put it orange. Nope. We'll put it orange so it can output to that side, but it's not going to push automatically. This machine next to it is going to extract, but that also needs a filter. So let's go make a filter. Filter, keep exact, and then we want this. So we just want one. There's no way to test that to see if that works. So we gotta like chew through what we already have here. Oh, we don't have silver. Interesting. I didn't even think that was gonna be an issue. I thought we had a bunch of silver by now. Apparently not. So silver ore, obviously, tungstate, gold ore. I think this is how we've been getting silver, is through gold ore, washing it like this. I don't know how we get silver other than that. We don't have any gold ore. I guess we have this raw gold that we macerate. Macerator. Is that ore crushing? No. But we can do that. Ore grinding. Macerator. That gets us 2. Oh, the void extractor stopped working. That's why we don't have silver. Okay. Now the question is, should I just delete what it's already made so it gets going again? I kind of feel like we should. How much stone dust do we even need? I'm not actually sure. So this is... Let's go upstairs and take a look. Raw silver. About 1 every 45 seconds. All right, well, anyway, we got a bunch of silver ingots. Let's turn these into silver foil. Yeah, here we go. We're getting raw silver now. Yeah, so taking care of that stuff is definitely a thing that we need to do, and I think there was something that was preventing us from doing that before. I think we might have needed to be in MV in order to handle that, but we're trying to get into MV right now, making the circuits. Anyway, so once we get the silver foil, we can start making our circuit boards. Silver foil. That's pulling everything. Didn't it tell it to like pull a certain amount? Keep exact. There we go. We need the MV electrolyzer? Yeah, I knew there was something that stopped us from doing that. Because that was something I was going to work on, then I couldn't. So this we can get going. We just need to power it up. I have 7 cables. So where is all this power coming from? That's coming from upstairs. I can't see anything here. So right now we're only pulling 1.5 amps at this point. This cable is good for 16 amps. And this is a 16 amp energy converter. So I think we're good to just hook these up. We don't even have to worry about it. And this needed to be on number 1. Yeah, it still shows that we're pulling less than 2 amps at this point from down here. The cable is good for 16. The power supply is good for 16. Like, we should be fine. If we turn everything upstairs on that, I think we're still fine, honestly. Very few of these machines use an entire full amp. Can I produce 16 amp? Yep. These are all of our power right here. You can see this one is empty because it's fully being utilized. You can see on the tooltip it has no red on the bar. This one next to it is kind of partially being utilized. You can see by it not being completely full. And then that one at the end, still unused capacity, right? And then we have like, this one's being fully utilized. That one is not. That one is not. These all are not. Like, we have so much power that's not even being utilized right now. And all of that's going through the lasers, and it's being supplied anywhere it needs, which is, in this case, right there. To this 116 amp energy converter. Okay, we need more silver foil. Usually can't sustain that much power in a classical Greg Tech that early on. Yeah, power for us is not an issue. All of that power is coming from diamonds, and we are still number go up. When we set up those reactors, I think we had something around 10,000 diamonds, and yeah, we've gained like 7,000 since, so. Okay, so now we need an output for this. I guess a drawer. Nope, wrong one. I'm fine with it just going and going and going. So what I'm curious to see is when this thing drops below like 2 more circuits from now, if it just pulls 1 and keeps 1. It should, theoretically. But I don't think I've ever pulled from one machine to another machine using a robot arm and a filter. I don't see why it wouldn't work. I've just never done that. It should just be like pulling from this barrel in front, but we'll see. Yep. Works just fine. Okay. So it looks like our bottleneck might end up being this iron 3 chloride. Is this all going still? No, this stopped. Why did this stop? Oh, we ran out of iron. That needs a barrel. It needs a robot arm. I mean, we could just use laser IO for that. Yeah, we'll just use this connection right here. I'll just put the barrel right here. We'll pull from here, we'll insert to here. Iron dust. Iron 3 chloride. Okay, so this guy we're going to pull from the barrel. Nope. Item card. We're extracting. Default should be fine. And then into the basic chemical reactor, we are going to be pushing items. No, insert. So I saw there was an option for stock. Does that mean we can only keep a certain amount in there? Exact. How do I set the exact amount? Do I have to have a filter? Transfer amount, speed ticks. If I set it to exact, what does it do? It's not doing anything. How do I change this? Does this need a different thing? Regulate. Allow, ignore. I think we needed something else besides the filter. This isn't necessary. We could just dump it in there since there's only one thing, but it's just kind of like I want to learn how this works. Laser IO. Counting filter? That must be what we need. Exact. I don't understand. So we're pointing it to the basic chemical reactor with the item card. We are stocking. Regulate? What is this? Ignore NBT. Exact. Neither one of those options is doing anything. Does it have to be inserted down? I don't think so. Maybe. It just doesn't seem like it's working now. Does this need to be on the pull side instead of the push side? No. Because insert's arrow down, extract is arrow up, stock is arrow down. So we want extract, so that should be fine. Item card, stock, arrow down. Exact amount. Okay, we're gonna have to experimentate. In a non-Greg text setting, we're gonna try something. Because I want to know how this works. Because apparently I can't figure this out. Let me separate this a little bit more. There to there. This is going to be our input. We'll have our iron over here. This is going to be looking at that. Item card. Extract. This one's going to be looking at this one. Item card. Insert. But we want stock. I want regulate. I want 1. Nothing. Exact. What happens if I have more in here? Does it like pull it back? No. I don't understand how this works. Where you're extracting from the barrel, that card has to be set as an insert. So you're saying I do stock with this, and then anything that's attached to this will get 1? Did I have this backwards and this is set to insert? Oh. Okay. So on this particular setting, it's saying keep 1 left. And this is saying keep the amount I have specified? So stock is insert, exact, and then it's putting 1 in there. I understand. So now this is our stocking, right? But it just worked. Didn't it? Am I going crazy here? I thought I just understood what was going on. Now I don't. Extract, round robin, exact. That one doesn't matter. So this side, exact. I want 1. That doesn't seem to work. Regulate. Now nothing's working. Okay, so the stock is acting like a send. And then we're sending from here to there. So if I leave everything the same and I move this back over. What? It just pulled from here. This is an insert. I don't understand. Somebody explain it to me so it makes sense. You went through the same confusion trying to figure this out. It doesn't make sense. Okay, so this one here is set to insert. Okay. I'm putting a bunch of iron dust in here. So with this set to insert, does it have to be set on an insert? I'm going to set this to extract. Nothing's happening. Nothing in here. If I set this to insert, well, let's look at stock. Nothing. Insert. Insert is doing the exact opposite of what it should be doing. I could be wrong, but I think the direction that this green is flowing is showing that we're inserting. So it's flowing from here to here. That's what that should be representing. If we look at this side, we can see it's flowing from here to here. If I were to set this, let me just verify that my assumption is correct here. If I set this to extract, yeah, we can see that's flowing from the barrel to the node now. This does not make sense. In this particular scenario, is this saying we're inserting into the network? This is hurting my brain. How do I set this to more? Do I have to have more than one? Oh, it only goes up to the amount that I have in the cursor. And then I can scroll. So 4. We're keeping 4. If I did, hold on a second. If I did that and then I added these, does it do 6? No, it still only does 4. Whatever the higher the stack is. So if I do 5 on this one, it puts 5. If I clear the, 15. If I clear this, does it go back down? It doesn't. But I'll keep 4. Okay. Sometimes Dyer makes things that completely make sense to him only. It would make sense if it didn't work this way. It would make sense if we have a barrel here and we're extracting onto this network, and then we're using a counting filter to insert saying keep 4. But that's not the way this works. If we're doing this, we need a node on a inventory that's insert. Insert into the network? But then that makes all the other inserts everywhere else not correct. If it's in regulated, it thinks it extracts more from the stock side. I mean, I'll figure it out and I'll get the nuance, but like I'm trying to wrap my head around this and make it make sense so the next time I want to stock something using this, I don't have to like spend this amount of time figuring it out. Because the fact that I have to spend this amount of time figuring it out is just kind of ridiculous to begin with. So we're inserting into the network, air quotes, and then we are stocking. Okay. Okay. I'm going to leave this here as reference because I will forget. So this guy out of the barrel, we are inserting into the network. And then on the chemical reactor side, we are stocking. I need another counting filter. Stock this. Wait, what did I do? Regulate or did I do count? We are doing exact. Sorry, I meant regulate or exact. And I want to keep like 4. And it's working! It doesn't make sense, but it's working! I mean, I guess technically I only need to keep 1, not 4. You only use item cards without stock and sensor functions? So what happens when like you're trying to fill up something like this basic assembler that needs more than 1 ingredient, but like you can fill up all 9 slots with something, and if you run out of something else, it's just all full of something. Or if you need to have like 3 ingredients in here. Oh, we need an output for this stuff? I forgot about that. And then we need to push the fluid. That's this one. Okay, so I need an output for this stuff. So, do I do a 2-spot drawer? Bum, 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 bum. Drawer, this one, this one. And then you'll never run out of space. I mean, you will run out of space, but you're really never gonna run out of space. You don't need the wood, just the chests to make the drawers. Oh. Sticky resin. So slime. I'm gonna fill this up. We're about to do a bunch of smelterating. Hope you guys are ready. Yeah, Nick, I have no idea what you're talking about, dude. I'm sure you know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. No, planks cost nothing. Wood is free. We have like literally all the wood. In fact, we have so much wood, we are just converting it into charcoal, and we have 51,000 of it. Like, wood doesn't matter. There's a different recipe to make the drawers. Is that what you're saying? Oh, I guess I didn't even look at this recipe. You're right. You don't even need the planks in the recipe. I didn't realize there's 2 recipes. That's weird. Why did they do that? Why didn't they just get rid of the other one? I don't understand. Chat, I woke up late this morning. Like, my alarm went off at like 8 a.m. and then I like rolled over and turned off the alarm and woke up at 9:30 or something like that. It's a little bit late. And then I immediately got out of bed and I was like, you know what? Today I'm making chili. So that's what I did. I woke up, poured some coffee that I had. Whoop, I fall down. Poured some coffee that I had in the coffee maker all ready to go. And then I started making some chili. I cooked a whole bunch of ground beef, some onions, put some cumin, garlic powder, garlic cloves. What else did I put in there? Some salt, some pepper, chili powder. Put all that stuff together, cooked it all up, put it into the crock pot, along with some red beans, some black beans. What else do I have in there? There's another can of beans that have like some chili stuff in it. I can't remember what it was. Some tomato sauce and some sliced tomatoes. Anyway, put all that in my crock pot, and it is currently cooking right now in the background, and it smells wonderful. No okra. Oh, I also put oregano. Oregano is one of the seasonings I put in there. But it smells wonderful. And then after I cooked all of that stuff and put that together, I decided to make breakfast. So I'm not hungry, but I'm smelling it. It smells good, but I'm not hungry at all. You ever had that feeling before? You smell something that smells really good, but it's like, I don't even want any of it. But by the time it's done cooking, which should be in about, I don't know, 3-4 hours, something like that, it'll be ready to go. Dinner will be served, and the whole house will smell like chili. I'll be smelling it the entire time. Anyway, that's my story. I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll be here all week. Hey Leslie, how you doing? We need more silver foil. Ooh, we got silver foil. You love doing things like that? You had a dream making bread, you woke up, made bread. There you go. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Oh, we need more wood pulp. This doesn't matter if this fills up. Let's go macerate some more logs. Oh. Gold, I need you to stop. Okay? I need you to stop. We got logs to macerate. And this macerates faster per item. Quest complete, crush gold. We did it, everybody. Yeah, this makes like a bunch in the macerator. I don't remember how much. 6 and then a 80% chance of additional one. So anyway, we'll have like 6 more stacks of that. Should I do more? I feel like I should do more. We're gonna have a lot, like a lot. I'm gonna have to remember to come down here and grab this. So that's enough for like 3, 4, like 4.5 stacks in this one barrel. 4.5 stacks of these logs being macerated. I need to remember to grab these periodically. Okay, so we have the printed circuit board. Diode is our next thing. Have we started making a diode? We have 48 diode. Guys, when we were like at this stage on Friday, Was it Friday? No, it's Thursday. When we were at the stage on Thursday, I was like, you know what? I don't even want to do this. I'm going to put it off until the next stream. And even then I was like, I probably won't want to do it on the next stream. We'll find something else to do. But now that we're here and we're doing this, like, this is fine. We had the annealed copper already done. We have to turn it into this wire. We just have to, yeah, get some gallium arsenide. We have gallium and we have arsenic, I believe. Oh, we have very little. How do we get more arsenic? Oh, we just make gallium arsenide and we centrifuge it, obviously. Real grr. Real grr. Grr. And that's just centrifuging it? Okay. Well, now that next live stream is here. Centrifuge is right here. Consolidate. You made some Cajun chicken pasta a couple weeks ago? That sounds pretty good. Not as good as chili sounds right now, but it sounds pretty good. Okay, so we have, where is it? This one. And these have to be turned into fine wire. Wire mill. I think we'll just do it all. I was gonna like hold off and only do like a few of them. Let's just do it all. We're doing it. Try and stop me, chat. Try. You can't. We're doing it. It's happening. Arsenic sounds tasty. Oh, we already have some annealed, fine annealed. That's some fine annealed copper wire, if I do say so myself. It's very fine. Okay, so we can make more diodes. So the next step is this. How are we doing on steel plates? Not as good as we're about to be. Speaking of steel, I think somebody reminded me earlier. I mean, we have over 2,000. But let's make more. Iron. We're just gonna make a whole boatload of iron. You use slap ya mama, Cajun. Now that brand, slap yo mama, was that before the movie Friday came out? Or is that after? Isn't that where that's from? Was it from Friday? I don't remember actually. It was some movie I remember seeing where they're like, that barbecue's so good it'll make you slap your mama. And then I remember seeing that brand in the store somewhere. Maybe it wasn't the movie Friday. It's just a little seasoning, a shaker from the supermarket, nothing branded. Well, I have seen. Oh, maybe you're responding to Razzle. You are responding to Razzle. Maybe it was like not the first Friday, maybe it was the second Friday. No, it's fine, it's fine. I'm like paying attention to the game, looking at chat, just reading certain lines every now and then, and yeah, I'm not fully following the conversations. It's on me. So we have 83 of these, which is good. We need one for every... Oh, actually, is it every circuit? Yes, it's every circuit. Every circuit. Actually, we'll put it all in there. As to chili, you made too much of it earlier in the year and kind of put yourself off of it. You'll make another batch eventually, but not yet. Yeah, I made a batch of chili, I would say probably in like February. Maybe January. Or maybe it was back in December. It was earlier in the year. Maybe it was late last year. But I did the same recipe in my crock pot. And like I immediately took half of it and froze it, and I had it like about a month later. So that's maybe why I thought it was later, or more recently than what it actually was when I made it. But it definitely sounded like something that I wanted to make. Okay, so we're done with this, done with that. I think we can make these now. We just need the steel plates. Oh, I don't have the circuits, the circuit boards. We made 6. Okay, now that we have these, we want to make a basic circuit assembler. I'm just going to leave that actually undone for right now. LV emitter, this is something we don't have. Where's the LV emitter? Right here.
Pendle 3 rated my stream with 13 viewers.
Pendle, hey, welcome. Thanks for the raid, dude. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, welcome. How are we getting quartzite? Quartzite. How are we getting you? We need an autoclave? I guess we need to do an autoclave. Okay, well, I guess we'll put the circuit assembler on hold. We have to do the autoclave. Which is not that expensive, but we have to do this first. Okay, autoclave. Right, so 5 of these. 1 of those. 1 of these. 2 of those. 1 of those. 10 bolts. I think I've made some tin rods over here. Extras. Yep, a lot. Cutter. You have quartz geode. Quartzite geode. Yeah, we could do all this, but like we're currently sifting already. Like we could do that. I'm just gonna make the autoclave. We're gonna want one of those anyway. It's fine. Basic autoclave. I guess we'll just slap it right there. This needs some water. Did it need distilled water actually? It's a 70% chance if we don't use it. And it, okay. So that's 20 recipes with a bucket of distilled. Let's go grab a bucket of distilled. Where are we? We're making distilled here. Did that need to be on a number? Or did I misread? Did it need a power level? Quartzite. Oh, that's quartz. Quartzite. That's embarrassing. Imagine confusing quartz for quartzite. Okay, this machine isn't annoying, but it is loud. Is it this one? I appreciate that it isn't annoying, but it is loud. Okay, so we have that. So now we can do the circuit assembler. Yo, I used up all my circuits? Oh, dang. We had 32. Oh, I guess I have made a few machines. Okay. Let's back up. Let me make like 16 of those. 43. That is 4 recipes. Back up the fun bus, mister. This is a no fun zone. Boom MVAE is around the corner. It feels so far away, but once we can get to AE, it's still going to be a struggle, but it'll get us closer to not having a struggle. Nom 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 nom. So I was watching YouTube the other day on my TV, which I normally do. In my living room, I have, what is it, a NVIDIA Shield? Anyway, it's like a smart TV, internet thingy, whatever. I mean, my TV has its own... My TV can connect to the internet. I prefer to not have it do that, though. Anyway, so I'm using this thing. I'm watching YouTube on it. And then I happen across a recommended video that's like... video for cats or whatever. And it's like people feeding birds. So I was like, okay, let's check it out. And as soon as I turned this video on, Max was interested. He was like looking right at the screen. He was inching closer, sneaking up, doing his little, you know, slow foot in front of the other slow foot, sneaking up to the television. And then eventually he jumped up and was like 2 inches away from the screen, kind of like batting at the screen a little bit, like very interested in all the movement. Anyway, I thought it was entertaining and he got some enjoyment out of it. But the problem with that is now every time I'm watching TV, he like wants to jump up and be in front of the TV, looking like 2 inches away from the screen. And it's just like, oh no, I gotta break him of this habit now. It's like every time I'm watching TV, he wants to jump up there and just put his fluff in front of my face, in front of the screen. Ugh. Anyway. So I need 24 red alloy. He's so adorable. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking too, Bennett. It might be that maybe his vision isn't as acute as one would think it would be, but I'm not sure. It might be that he is nearsighted. Or maybe he just wants to be really close to the screen. I mean, I have no idea. He's a cat. Can't ask him. I mean, I could ask him, but then that would make me questionable at my mental state. Anyway. Questionable at best. Steel bolts, 16. Have I tried asking him? No, I just said I wasn't gonna do that. Because then people think that I'm like off my rocker. And I don't even have a rocker, which means I'm off my rocker. What? So we need 7 charcoal dust. I guess we'll just use the mortar. Chad, if you guys don't have a rocker in your house, you're all off your rocker is all I'm trying to say, okay? Why did I come down here? There was a reason. I have no idea what that reason is now. You're not crazy unless you believe you can understand what he says. The NVIDIA Shield is a good little box. You use yours for streaming services and Plex. Yep. That's... Well, aside from Plex, that's what I use it for. Wire metal. These are done. Yeah, before I got the NVIDIA Shield, I was using a Chromecast, like the 4K little puck thing. And that thing got super hot all the time. Like, it felt like it didn't have enough cooling in it. And then, like, I was trying to watch a newer season of some show. Maybe it was The Boys on Amazon or something. And, like, it kept freaking out and, like, acting like it couldn't decode the image properly for, like, seconds at a time. And then it, like, snapped back into picture. And then, like, it would keep doing that back and forth. It was like, okay. I upgraded to the Shield after that. That little, Chromecast lasted me a long time though, but yeah, I think it just got worn out. Too many heat cycles, not enough cooling. Okay, so we have those. What do I need those for? I needed those circuits for something. I bet if I do this, I will remember what it was. I don't remember what it was. Oh, we need circuits directly to make, the LV emitter. That's what it was. And for a robot arm? Okay, yeah, so we need it for a few things. Right, so 27 more of these. How much rubber sheets we have? Okay. We'll make some more. All right, LV machine casing, LV machine hull, 7 electric motors. Okay, 2 LV conveyors. All right, 1 LV emitter. Boom. Small steel gear, LV electric piston, robot arm, and then we beat the game! We did it! We beat it. Game beat. It didn't give me a quest complete for that. Game. What the heck? Game. Okay, so now what we can do is LV circuit, LV socket. We can unfavorite this, and we can now favorite this. Liquid soldering. We don't have, and do we have antimony? A little bit. Is it worth doing this? 610? How many? So that is saving us, I guess all of these different ingots total to 10 ingots worth. So it saves us a little bit of tin, but then we lose some lead and an antimony. I mean, it's 1 antimony per 10 buckets. Well, no, I'm sorry, 1.440 buckets. 10 ingots worth of buckets. How do we get antimony? Like, is that... I don't feel like it's that hard to get it. I don't remember how we are getting it. We're getting it from purifying... No. Stibnite processing? How did we get it? Ore processing. Were we ore processing Realger? That must be how we got it. Yep, that must be how we got it. Okay. All right. So once we get processing on this, we can just crush these down into the dust form and then get even more dust and process that, and we'll get, let's see. We centrifuge that for the arsenic, so we don't get any out of that actually. It's just the ore washing bit that we do. I'm trying to like justify in my mind if we should do the soldering alloy or just stick to tin. Right now we have 30,000 tin ore, which kind of leads me to believe being frugal with tin is not worth it. After all that consideration, I've come to the conclusion that being frugal with tin is not worth it. So this is going to be the recipe with liquid tin. Okay. So, if I want to do LV electric circuits, what? How can I not like click on? Oh, this is the recipe. Okay, I'm just being dumb. So we get 2 stacks for every 1 stack worth of materials. So let's do 2 stacks worth of recipes. We'll get 4 stacks of circuits, and then we should be good on circuits. The LV circuits for a little while. Okay, so to do all of this, we need the wire mill going immediately. Hello, is there a new mod pack you would suggest that contains tech and adventure aspects as well? A new pack? I mean, if there was a new pack like that, I'd probably be playing it on YouTube at the moment. There's a bunch of new packs out all the time. It's quality packs that you're looking for. And I don't know of any particular new quality packs that meet that standard. Check resistor for cheaper recipe too. Good call. All right, yeah. So this also uses glue, which we're going to end up having an abundance of. I feel like I should scooch this over 1 block and then put a tank right here. Because if that needs glue, if this needs glue, and these are gonna need glue. I'm trying to think how I'd logistically do this so we can have a bunch of machines here that are all grabbing that input. It's kind of like I need access to the bottom of these machines, but I can't get access to the bottom of the machines because it's all void underneath unless I build like a basement. We could put the stuff in from the front. On top with fluid and items. That's actually not a bad idea. It's gonna add a lot of complexity to this, but it's not a bad idea. So I could get rid of these barrels with the signs on them and just put drawers. And then we can insert... It's like I just need the glue to be its own separate thing. I need to move this. The glue was fine if this was all we were doing, but that's not all we're doing. So we're gonna put... What machine is this? We're gonna put an assembler right here. Then we're gonna have a tank for glue, and then we're gonna have this here. For now, that's the current plan. So let's do a Greg Tech steel drum. I'm just doing this because it is cheap for 64 buckets. I don't have to do the upgrade for the other stuff. We will eventually move over to the thermal stuff, but for right now, that's just a cheap option. So we need an assembler. And then we need wood pulp going into this. I mean, I guess we could put wood pulp in from the front. Wood pulp. That's actually not what I want. Okay, so silver foil, wood pulp. What goes into these? So now we have 2 different items. Which is probably gonna be, we do a double drawer with laser IO for it, I guess. Okay, let's get this thing back up and running. What is this stuff called? Soul infused wire. Wire cutter. This needs to pull from the top. Did I lose a robot arm? How was this pulling from the top before? Or did I, like, leave a robot arm in this one? I did. Okay, that's what happened. Okay, so that's going into this. So I need another assembler. $36. One of those. One of those. Iron rods. Gosh, take forever. Oh, I need to put this thing back so it has a spot to output. You know what? Maybe we'll just add that to here and then we'll just output over here. What am I looking for? I'm looking for this guy. Oh, I didn't add that to the network, did I? Shoot. I put it down, I locked it, but I didn't actually add it. Yeah. I don't know why I came all the way over here to do that. Just make sure it's all in there. Looks like it. Okay. So on that same line of thought, this should be on our main network so we can see these. Okay. Very good. And then I need to add these to the drawers. Need something to boost myself up with. So 148, 149, 150. Yo, how do we have 211? Yeah. So we got glue. So I needed the other assembler. We were waiting on some other stuff and I got sidetracked and distracted. Iron rods. We need 8 magnetic iron rods. You really hate how the quest book wants you to go down the sulfuric acid route to get hydrochloric acid? Yes. The quest book is trash. It's not designed with, like, somebody trying to learn in mind. Alright, we need 10 of these. 2 of those. 2 of these. 2 of those. 2 of these. 1 of these. Okay, assembler. Right, so laser, nope, these. Oh, we only got 3 left. So I need a fluid card, we are inserting. I need a fluid card, and we are inserting. And I need a fluid card, and we are extracting. It might be that we're going to need more than one centrifuge to handle all this, or we just might need these to all buffer up. Oh, what happened here? I need to put those in there so this thing stops making more. And then this will buffer up. Speaking of, do we have more wood pulp up here I need to bring down? Alright, so that's doing its thing. This really has no way of turning off. It's like regulated by how much silver foil we have. I don't think you have to do round robin for fluids. We could do that. But what's going to happen is this thing is just going to fill up and stop. Either this machine's going to back it up because it can't produce fast enough, or we're just going to run out of silver foil and the same thing's going to happen. It's just going to back up and this thing's going to stop. So I'm not super concerned about it. Now the question is, I guess we're going to laser IO it. Can laser IO push stuff into an inventory keyable? I assume it can. I'm just trying to think like how I want this set up. I guess we're going to put a drawer in front that's going to have the 2 items. We could put it down here, which would match these. But then we need another laser node. Which I guess we need to make anyway. We're out of glass. We're completely out of glass. No. What? Okay, we gotta make glass. That's annoying. Okay, laser node. How is it not? Does this? Oh, I guess this isn't hooked up to our network. Not enough ingredients to craft. It doesn't say what, but I assume it's these panes. Okay. I'm gonna move this down here. We need a item card. An item card on insert. And then this one needs an item card on stock. That was a regulate? Exact. And then we need the filter. So then we put a counting filter here, and we want what do we want? I guess we're gonna be using charcoal. Charcoal and fine annealed copper wire make 4. Coal or charcoal dust, but it's the annealed wire. So charcoal and fine annealed wire is what we're gonna be doing. Dang it. Wasn't fast enough. Wood pulp, is that what we had done here? Oh, this is? Yeah, wood pulp. Okay, well this is enough to get us started, like setting up the filters and whatnot. So we are stocking just one, right? And then it's 4 of the other. Lock these. I don't have this link, that's why it's not doing anything just yet. As soon as I link it, it will. And then we need to extract out of that. And then I think we're gonna put the filter thing on top. So let's get a to the upside, item card, extract. Do we have to filter that? We might have to filter that. Okay, let's link these and see if it works. Okay, we are not extracting. We are still not extracting. Oh, I didn't set the filter on this. Let's see here. Item card, stock. Oh, I didn't put an item card to extract. So many different things to click on, and I'm confusing myself. So I want to extract from up, or do I want to extract from down? Or default. East. Do I? Oh, you know what? I bet this. And then we extract from up. Nope. Down. I think I just had this leg messed up. Okay. Yeah, I confused myself. This I had set to extract instead of insert. We're not extracting from this, we are inserting into this. And we're extracting out of that machine. Okay, I think we're all good. We're just out of the fine annealed copper. Just make sure stuff goes in and those things come out. Looks good to me. So now I need a drawer. What are these things called? Resistor? Oh, why'd I go? I need to be downstairs. Okay, lock it, and we haven't even been streaming that long, and I'm already confusing myself with all this Greg Tech stuff. Okay. So we have resistors being made. We have printed circuit boards being made. I need to bring charcoal down. And then we have to make more fine annealed copper. So that's in the arc furnace. Should you not set the stock? Should you set the stocking to 2 recipes so it doesn't pause while it's inserting the item? I don't understand the question. Should you set the stocking to 2 recipes so it does not pause while it's inserting the items? I don't understand what you mean. Oh. No, because it's not actually pausing. It's keeping one recipe loaded. As soon as the recipe completes, it pulls the items that are already queued for the next recipe and starts processing it. That's when everything blinks out. You don't see any ingredients in the machine. And then it refills while it's processing. So it's already processing the next one while this is queuing up. If we look here, you'll see that it'll go to 8 seconds and then down to, it's just starting again. There's no downtime. It's not going fast enough. We have to queue up multiple recipes at the same time. Yeah, as soon as it starts processing the ingredients, it removes it from the inventory and starts processing it immediately. Yeah, as soon as they disappear, that's when it's going. Yeah, the fine annealed wire is going to be like the problem here, but I don't know how many resistors we're going to need. Like, we already have a fair few right now. It's nice that we have these things kind of just being made and we don't have to worry about it. And just getting all the raw ingredients together that we do have to worry about. And we are not making glue fast enough. But yeah, we ran out of silver foil as expected. How much more? Okay. We'll probably just let this all... Nah, you know what? We're just going to stop it here. Okay, we need to move the annealed copper over. Am I still trying to make that advanced machine? You're talking about for the boots? Like, I'm not trying to make it. Like, we are going to be making it. What I'm trying to make right now is electronic circuits. Good electronic circuits. Like, being able to fly is cool. It's not something that's like a driving force in my life right now. $42. Wait a second. No. Hey, Leslie, thank you for the 100 bits. No sound effects today, apparently. The wood board is not auto output to the next assembler. It is. We're only keeping one in the assembler, but like I had some in my inventory that I threw it in there. So like it's not exporting until it drops below. And it won't drop below until we get more silver foil. Everything is working down there. Hey, just a little bit delayed. So this says that we need a lot of wooden slabs. Like a lot. Ooh. $119. Wait, is this using the correct recipe? Oh, there's this recipe that we didn't go to. That also uses glue, so that is cheaper. So that's 1 ingot. Otherwise, we are using 4 ingots. Shoot. I didn't even think about this one. Okay, so we have to set up yet another assembler. Okay, assembler it is. Yeah, it's 4 times cheaper. It is definitely worth doing it. The downside is you're paying power and time. What am I needing? 10 wires. Might want to check the other recipes as well. Okay, yeah. You're probably right. We have 4 vacuum tubes. Yeah, this is cheaper. We're at the point right now where I don't want to change these recipes to the cheaper version just because it's adding so much more complexity. I kind of feel like once we get into applied energistics and it's just a simple recipe change and putting the machine there, and like AE can figure out like what the raw materials are and all this kind of stuff, I feel like that makes more sense. Right now, this is just adding more complexity. It is cheaper, but this is easier. This is so much better though. It's way less glass that we have to spend. I'm trying to convince myself to do this. Two glass panes per glass. So that is 3 glass for 2. If we do the alloy smelter way, That's essentially 1 glass for 1. I'm torn. I'm torn, chat. I see the cheaper recipes. I know we can do them, but like it just feels like it's adding so much more work that I don't want to do it, even though it's like less material cost. It just feels like it's more work. I'm torn. How close am I to AE? We should be having access to it in MV, where we are approaching, or currently in, I guess, since we made the MV circuits. But like getting AE digital storage is cool, but like how about the auto crafting and all that stuff? I don't know. I don't know. Molecular assemblers need star steel plates. What the actual is star steel? Two steel plus a skystone dust, and we get skystone. Wait, that's MV power stage. We get skystone MV power stage from raw ore residue. That's the stuff that we're getting from the void ore miner. So as soon as we can start electrolyzing the raw ore residue, we can start getting skystone dust. Skystone dust plus steel makes star steel ingots, which will allow us to make molecular assemblers. Quartz glass. How do we get Certus quartz? Quartz sand centrifuged gets us 20% chance. Quartz sand is just sand. Okay. So we can get that. No big deal. What else are we missing here? Certus quartz crystal. How do we do that? Autoclave. Okay, that's fine. We got an autoclave. Fluex. How do we get Fluex? MV power in a mixer. Quartz that charged Certus crystal. So that's Certus through the polarizer, and the actual crystal was through the autoclave. Okay, easy. That's all doable. Logistic processor, alloy smelter, MV. They really made sure everything AE was MV. Like, I haven't seen anything that's been like slightly less power. Silicon plate. So that's 2 silicon ingots. So we need an EBF. We have to start smelting silicon into silicon ingots. And a vacuum freezer. MV. And Canthol. Okay. I don't even remember what Canthol is. Like how costly it is. So we have an electric blast furnace already that's with the cupro nickel. So then we have to go to Canthol. Canthol is made in cupro nickel, Canthol dust. We need a vacuum freezer. Canthol dust is chromium, aluminum, and iron. So we have aluminum and iron, no big deal. Chromium, that comes from ruby. Chromite and ruby.
Just resubscribed for 3 months.
Do we have ruby? We do. Okay. So, like, there's a lot of processing that'll get us to Kanthal. And then we need Kanthal for silicon ingots. We need silicon ingots for silicon plates. And we need the silicon plates for making... Was it the logic processor? Silicon plates for making the printed silicon. Is there, like, another way to get this block of silicon? Man, that feels really expensive, to be honest. Liquid silicon? Forge hammer. Nope. That appears to be the only way. Okay, so we are going to need Kanthal. We're going to need an EBF for the Kanthal coils. We can just upgrade our current one for that. No big deal. But then we have to smelt this. 4.2 seconds in a vacuum freezer. That's fine. The smelting for each ingot is 12 seconds. 12 seconds if we do it this recipe. A little over a minute if we do it this one. Whew. This is you need to set up your single player on a local private server recipe is what this is. Yo, Hubris, welcome back. Thank you for the 3 months, dude. How is our streamer getting a creosote? Right here. With a coke oven. Put login. This was supposed to be automated. This keeps breaking on reboot for some reason. Login, charcoal out, creosote. We're getting log from our tree farm. Our tree farms, multiple, plural. You feel like that's all a Greg tag? Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling like now that we're going to have multi... Like, the requirements in each recipe takes a full minute. I feel like that is going to need, like, a server to overnight AFK it. Use it as well for the lubricant? I think that's what we're doing for lube. I don't know, this is empty. Yeah, we're doing redstone plus creosote. 1 redstone plus a bucket of creosote is what we did. Yep. Looks like you can just distill it down without the redstone, but you only get half the output. I felt like the brewery giving up 1 redstone dust, which is essentially free, for 1-to-1 made sense. Okay. So we are currently in the process of waiting on glue. So this is not enough. But on the other hand, do we need more than 488 resistors at this exact moment in time? I don't think so. So I think we're fine, just kind of waiting on that. Anyway, what were we making here? Another basic assembler. We need 36 of these. One of those, 1 of these, 2 magnetic iron, nope. That is the wrong spot. Up here. No, I don't have round robin turned on. Ten of those. 2 of these. 2 of those. 2 of these. 2 of those. And then... Okay, what do we need this other basic assembler for? It was something else that needed glue, wasn't it? So we're gonna have to make more center fudges. We have to make a glue factory. Glue factory. I think it was for the circuit boards, right? So like this all needs to shift over. Now this has carry on. Can I carry on these? Oh, I can. So that's a way to like pick up the nodes and then rearrange them. The laser doesn't understand, but that's why would it? It's not designed to do that. Okay, let's turn this off. Can I carry on this? Okay, that's good. Can I carry on the GregTech machines? Oh. Oh. I'm sure nothing is going to go wrong by me doing that. I'm sure everything will work fine. All right, so the top, we do this. So now I need to move this over. Do I have to disconnect the laser first? Is it always just going to be looking for a thing here? I guess I could add another one. Okay, I think we're fine. So that's going to be another assembler. Whoa. Sticky resin. All right, so we have another assembler here, and this one is going to be making circuit boards. Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be making... I guess let's just look here. Uses. This guy, I believe. So we need copper and wood plank. Chest. Does this actually work? It does. So just one chest turns into a drawer. That's interesting. So copper foil. Wood plank. Need to lock it. Copper. Bender on number 10. It's a lot of copper foil we're going to be making, but we need it. All right, so I need yet another one of these nodes. This needs a item card. This is insert, which makes sense, trust me. And then this one is an item card. This is going to be stock. Right? Is it stock? Stock, yep. So now we need a... Oh, I thought I just saw something go down that laser. Counting. I need one of these filters. This guy. This guy. This guy. This guy. This guy. That. So item card, counting filter. We need 4 copper foil and wood plank. Okay, we can connect the laser. Looks good. So now this also needs glue. Can you do the same thing with the fluids? Could I just have it like pull the exact amount that it needs instead of storing 8 buckets? I'm not sure how necessary that really is. I'm just kind of thinking like this last one over here. This one isn't going all the time. Oh, I guess it's empty now. No, this one. This one. This isn't going all the time, and why hog like 8 buckets worth? It's a little tedious because the amount adjusting function. Oh, like you can't specify 144 millibuckets or whatever. You can't just type in a number. Maybe you can. Perhaps it works with EMI. Good call. Let's try. It says 1 bucket. Middle click clears it. Right click decrements by 1. Shift right click decrements by 10. Alt, or no, control right click decrements by 100. What about alt? Alt right click clears. Alt left click upgrades by 1 bucket. Okay, so alt does a bucket, control does 100, shift does 10, and then nothing does 1. So I guess you got to get used to that. That kind of makes sense. Shift, control, alt. Scroll wheel does the same thing. Yeah, you can do scroll wheel plus the same modifiers. Okay, wait a second. If I do shift and scroll wheel, that's 10. If I do shift, control, scroll wheel, that's 1 bucket. What if I do shift, control, alt? Oh, that's 10 buckets. So alt scroll wheel does 1 millibucket. No, that does 1 bucket. Alt shift does 10 buckets. Oh, I was saying 10 buckets before. That's 1,000 buckets, isn't it? Interesting. So it's 100 buckets with alt control mouse wheel. 1,000 with the... Okay. I'm figuring it out. One millibucket. I guess that's the lowest value is 1 millibucket. It won't let you clear it unless you right click and then it clears it. Okay. Pretty neat function, but you misclick all the time. So if we do that, then this would have to be set to insert. This has to be set to stock. This. And then how much is each one of these? 10? I'm sorry, 100? Let's grab some copper. I want to see if this actually works. I'm gonna have to like disconnect everything else, or at least regulate everything else to find out for sure. Okay, what are we doing here? This is resistors. Oh, you know, I guess first thing we should do, just make a bunch of these counting filters. Feels like a thing that I'm going to be utilizing a lot, so might as well make a few of them. Okay, so uses. Charcoal dust this, so it's 100 of glue. So it's same thing. Fluid card. Stock. Counting filter. This. 100. It's keeping 100 in there. Perfect. So this one uses assembler 50. Stock, this guy, 50. Okay. That looks like it's doing everything that we need it to do. You can put on insert known reason for the stock mode. I believe you're incorrect. Otherwise, this would be going. If I go back into here, fluid card, stock. Now we get glue. Lincoln, I think you are confusing what you are doing with what I'm doing. I am trying to regulate only keeping a certain amount in this tank. And you can see clearly that it is working, correct? I don't think there's any reason to like mess with this further. It is working exactly as I want it to work. Well, what you're suggesting is different from what we experimented with over here with these items. In order to keep 4 items over here, this had to be set on stock. This is providing the items. That had to be set on stock, and this had to be set on insert. Which doesn't make sense. So you're saying if I do insert with that, I do extract with this, it's going to work exactly the same? Interesting. That is working the same. So, what's the point of the stocking option? I think that's the problem. The stock, like, what's the point of the stocking then? I guess the stocking is so you're not pushing that fluid into the network. Nothing is going to receive that unless it's explicitly asking for it. This way, when you have it on extract and insert with a filter, I guess until you set the filter, but like if you have something connected that's unfiltered, it's going to receive all of the stuff. I like it better where like this is requesting and this is providing the other way. I know it makes less sense, but this way we're not pushing items into the network. They're just being provided, and then this can request it. That is interesting that it is working that way. I thought we had gone through like all the different things, but I guess I never switched from regulate because that's what I wanted. to an insert and extract situation with the counting filter. Which would have made that more simple, but I kind of like the fact that it's not just defaulting pushing all these items, that it's only providing them if requested. Which actually this is extremely powerful. This means, and I hadn't even thought about this until just this instant, that I could hook this up to Tom's network and extract every item, have them all available on Laser IO. And all we have to do is just set a stock at the other end, how much we want to keep with the filter. I hadn't even thought about this. Because otherwise, if you're extracting from Tom's, like, you'd have to set a filter. Otherwise, it's just going to pull the very first item, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think this, like, makes this far superior and more powerful. That we could have this set up. Forget this barrel. This could be one of these inventory cables on it. And then we could literally request any item in the network. This is all going to be moot here very shortly, since we're going to be, like, moving to applied energistics. But yeah, that is that's really powerful, honestly. Anyway, I was going to make some more of these things. Wood plank. Are we running low on dust? Do we need 50,000 clay? Maybe we should turn that off. Where are we making clay? Yeah, I think it's time to stop. I think the important thing, though, is that I'm just learning this mod, the ins and outs of it. Yeah, so we're still bottlenecked by this. So this is taking 20 seconds to make one bucket. And this is using that twice the speed of what we're making it. So I need 2 centrifuges to just to keep up with this one assembler. And this one is using it over twice the speed. So we need like 5 to keep up with both of these. And that's not even counting this one, which stopped. But if this was going full speed, we'd need something like 7 centrifuges to keep up with that demand. I don't think we're going to do that. I kind of feel like we'll just let this run and chew through the stuff that it's doing. And then when we need more, we'll refill it up. And by then it'll probably be stocked. Is kind of what I'm thinking. You can use in the tree farm also. You can filter from the extract side to keep the amount in the extract side, like 64 saplings. If it works that way, I'm not actually sure how that... Yeah, I'm not even that interested, honestly. It is a curious thing to think about. When this thing connects, like, can you push items through it? I guess you probably can. I'm not going to make any changes to this because we're doing the same thing in 2 separate spots. But it is something interesting to think about. Right. We made some progress at it. Even though it doesn't really feel like we made a whole lot, we did. We got to the electronic circuits. We can make these. Where did I put this thing? No. It's in my inventory. I haven't even put it anywhere. I think I'm going to put the circuit assembler right here. We should, like, try and use this thing. Actually use it. Circuit assembler. So we were going to make this, this, this. So in order to do this, that's a lot of liquid tin. That's nearly 2 stacks of tin smelted. That's fine. Red alloy wire. What else? So it says I need 252 copper plates. 12,000 raw rubber pulp? That's a lot. I don't know where it's getting this number from. What else? What else? What else? It says I need to make 108 of this, but I think that's not taking into the account that I have started processing the wires. But we can go ahead and make some. Smelt that up. Won't hurt. Gonna need it anyway the next time we need to make more. Resin printed circuit boards. So how are we even doing on those, by the way? We don't have a spot for these to exist. So I need another one of these. And I need to extract out of this. So we are extracting... I don't remember how we did this. How do we do this one? Extract from down? So why? Oh, we're double filtered. We're double filtered. If we're filtering here, there's no reason to filter on the thing itself. Okay. So now I need a spot for the resin printed circuit boards. We'll lock it. We're going to place this guy right here, and then we'll add that to the network. Right, so now this is updated. It says that we need 91 of these. So I guess the next thing that we need to do is just speed up the glue. This is our bottleneck right now. Yeah, you can have different channels. Yep. I think you get 16 channels, one for each color. You need a node overclocking. You put another card in the node that's on the storage interface. Is there not a create way to make glue? That's a good question. I don't think so. Maybe there is. You can mix these two GregTech things or these two GregTech things to make glue, or you can centrifuge sticky resin. Those are the two options. Unless there's a way that it can make glue buckets that I don't think there's a way. I think this is it. Acetone or methyl acetate with polyvinyl acetate, or centrifuging sticky resin. That's it. I'm almost thinking centrifuge, 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 centrifuge. Then we just connect it all laser IO. Exactly all this is. We can pull out of this thing with an item card set to insert. So 1, 2, 3, 4 centrifuges. So I am missing 11 circuits, and to make the circuit, okay, can I just tell this to make like 11 circuits instead of like what we were doing before? Let's make 16 instead of like the 4 stacks we were going to. A little bit easier on the resources, more manageable, and that'll allow us to make more circuits so we can do the big bulk craft. So I need 12 of these. Why is it not breaking out what I need for this? I don't understand. Oh, I almost left this. Okay. No, dang it, I hate it when I do that. Basic electronic circuit. This. This. Oh, interesting. On this recipe, I must have unclicked this to be... Oh. Now it's showing it all broken out. Weird. 36 of these. I must have clicked something and not realized what I clicked. 12 of those. 24 steel bolts. Did I have some already pre-crafting over here? I don't remember. No. It says I need 24. You're storing your glue in the large steel tank? This is horse hoof safe making glue. That's correct. There's no horses harmed in the manufacture of this glue. So I need 6 ingots worth of liquid tin. So I need another steel tank. Steel barrel drum. You can't say that's how you got all your glue and Greg Tech New Horizon. You may be guilty of throwing a horse or two in the smeltery. Wow! Imagine smelting a horse. What the heck? Why doesn't this tell me, like, the amount of stuffs that I need? Like, why isn't it multiplying this stuff by 6? Crap, I don't under. Does it not realize that I have to put all this into a machine to process? So 6. Fine, I'll count it myself. 12 resistors. 12 of these. And 12 of whatever these things are called. What are these things called? They're called hashtag GTCEU circuit / ULV. Vacuum tube. Hey, I'm sure quite a few of us are guilty of throwing a villager in there. Don't get all moral high ground on you now. I cannot confirm or deny that I might or might not have done this in the past, okay? I can neither confirm nor deny that I may or may not have thrown a villager or two in there. Or a whole family of villagers. You have all items in the system. We've been through this, I believe. I don't understand what you're getting at. You like started a thought and didn't finish it. Okay, so we have those. What did I make those circuits for? Oh, I needed that to make the extractors. Or centrifuges. Basic center fudge. 4. For those, 32 of these. 4 of these. Ah, need some of this. That's why it doesn't show the amount needed to craft. Well, I mean, if I don't look in here and I open up my inventory, it shows me every raw resource. It should be able to determine. Okay. Here's my problem with this. It should be able to say, okay, this is using a wire mill to make this. I'm going to show this raw resource. That's how much you need to put into a machine to make the other thing that I need. It doesn't take into account that there's machine processing in here that needs to occur. If it was all just basic crafting, that's fine. But the ones that need a machine to craft, it should like tell you the resource counts. Like, I understand the reason why it's doing what it's doing. I don't agree with it, and it shouldn't work that way. Like, the whole point of this is so you can get all the raw resources together, and it's counting them all for you, right? But, like, it won't give you the final count if everything's going into a machine. I mean, I guess... Okay, hold on. The one thing that I'm forgetting here is if you're looking at the machine that is being used on, you can shift click, but you still need like the materials in your inventory to pull from that you need to shift click. If I had all those materials in here, I could shift click the circuit icon that's not here, that my mouse is pointing at, and it would put all the ingredients in. But I can't do that if everything is in the other stuff. Anyway. So I need to make more laser nodes. Right, so let's connect these guys together. These guys are going to need item insert and extraction. So the insert is going to be stock with this. Glue. It's just one. Okay, this one, stock, counting, 1. Stock, counting, 1. Oh, I didn't fill this one in. Stock, counting, 1. Okay, the other one is going to be extract. And I don't think we have to do anything else, just extract. And then we need fluid cards in each one of these. The fluid is also going to be on extract. I think that's all we need. I don't know what happens if I have these on extract. I mean, this is set to insert. It should work as intended, and this should push all the stuff in there. And then this should also provide it to these as needed. I think this is fine. And these are only using 5 EU per tick. So, like, all of the centrifuges we have down here aren't even pulling half an amp. There we go. Yep. Why is there no stuff in this one? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Item card extract. Default. I feel like I'm missing something again. Oh, because we have that going over here. So we could... Okay, yeah, we're going to get rid of that. I don't know how this machine's going to operate. Anyway, we can just set this one... and add those two items here. So that is raw rubber. And then plant ball. Why do I have item cards here? I don't understand. I must have done that by mistake. So we're extracting channel 0. Nothing. Do I have to do this? That has no... Do I put the item to the top? This? In the Tom filter thingy? Oh, I see. I see. Yep, that's my fault. Raw rubber. Weird, now it works. I can't figure out why. Okay. Hey, look at that. We're actually getting a supply of glue now. I put 2 extra cards in the last centrifuge. Yeah, that confused me. I was like... I think I clicked over here before I realized I wasn't on the right tab and then just lost track that those were even there. Anyway, doesn't matter. We got it solved. So we're missing annealed copper. Ooh, we got some annealed copper, boys. Wire mill number 3. Do your thing, wire mill. All right. So we're waiting on that, really. So I think at this point, there's nothing else that I needed to do. aside from get to the point where we can make the 4 stacks of LV circuits, which I wanted to do. Okay, how are we doing on materials? That's fine. Some copper plates. Just make it full stack. Doesn't matter. So we need copper foil. Oh, is that why it's having me make copper plates? Hold up. Well, I don't know why it was set that way.
Carl83 just resubscribed for 37 months.
But we definitely don't need this many copper plates. Oh well. Yo, Chemical, hey, welcome back, dude. Thank you for the 37 months. $98 copper. Bender number 10. Oh, what's the recipe to do this? That's a bender number 1. We're gonna get our copper foil. Oh wait, did I already do this? Maybe I already did this. I've already done this. Okay, never mind. We don't need that. So we just need a few copper or red alloy wires. 6. Let's stop this for a moment. I'm not confused. You are. That's right. That's my story and I am sticking to it. All right. So this still says that we need 98 resin printed circuit boards. Now, did it say I needed all this copper foil? Because I was trying to make these circuit boards? Is that why it said I needed it? I mean, I guess that's probably why, yeah. Is it still cruising along? It is not doing anything. So why did this stop? We are insert. And this one down, item card, stock. So this is no longer functioning. If I disconnect this, why is this not functioning? Item card extract. Item card stock. Do I have to like have exact? Is it the why isn't that working? Chat, what am I doing wrong here? This was working and now it's not. possibly because you removed the filter to Tom's storage input, so you have a conflict. Yeah, Nick, this is confusing because you can do two different ways. You can extract from a barrel and insert to the other, or you can tell an item card to insert. Think of it as inserting into the network, not inserting into the barrel. You can tell it to insert, which is basically stocking from here. And then you can have on the other one, yeah, you call this one stock. And then you're giving it a counting filter and saying keep 4. So these are the only 2 nodes here. This one is set to insert, right? And this one is set to stock. If I take these 4 out, 4 more appear from here. There's 12. I take these 4 out, 4 more appear. There's 8. It's confusing. I get it. So on this drawer, we have the same setup where you have the insert set on the drawer. It's connected through the laser to here. And on this one, we have a stock with 4 copper foil and a wood plank. But it is not putting the item in. I'm going to isolate this node. I don't understand. Break the laser connection and reconnect it? I mean, I guess. The node was broken. Okay, and now it can't continue because it's missing that connection. Okay. Weird. Everything seems to be working now. Well, that's some fun that we get to look forward to, is these things just randomly stopping to work. Yeah, maybe the moving the items around thing broke it. That's something that I will concede is probably what happened. I wouldn't doubt that's what actually is wrong. The pickup, whatever that's called, the pickup mod, I think is probably what broke it. Yep, you're right. So if ever we pick these things up and place them, I just gotta go in and like pull out the cards and put it back in, or maybe break the block. I don't know. Maybe it's not worth doing that at all on the laser nodes. If it's gonna break, it definitely isn't worth. Carry on, thank you. Yep, carry on. I mean, everything appears to be working now. This is missing silver foil, but that's to be expected. So we got 2,000 iron dust. We could probably fill up our iron 3 chloride setup down here. I have no idea how much I put in here. Iron dust. I expect we should be able to just fill it all the way up. Should be good on that for a minute. Especially considering it's not even doing anything. So annealed copper is still what we're waiting on. That is for making whatever this is making. Is this passive circuits? I mean, if you want to call it that, especially since we're actively crafting the ingredients and stocking it. What we're doing right now is switching over from crafting by hand, like the really awful initial LV circuit recipe, to something that's using machines. This isn't like our end system. This is us trying to start using these machines, make things a little bit cheaper, and get us into MV. That's what we're doing here. I really don't understand why this isn't telling me that I need these materials. What is this little X thing? X256? Why does it have that X there? Did I do something to this to like mess this up? Oh. I did a shift click on that and that. Oh, okay, now we're seeing the recipes. So we don't have enough glass. It was condensed, I guess. I don't know how to do that. I don't think I did that. And if I did do that, I don't think I did it on purpose. Let's make some more glass. A quartz sand. Are we using the macerator for anything at the moment? I don't remember. No. That's slow, but we'll just fill this thing up. Just have it. I will use the mortars for our current purposes. Do I have any more mortars in here? No. Stone. Steel. So I need 18 stacks. 18? No, I need 16 stacks. 2 more. Okay, and then we need 2 stacks of flint dust. Well, okay, fine. I'll just do it this way. Flint, mortar, that should be everything we need, yeah? I think so. All right, so this slow process. Yeah, and that's not hooked up to our system at all, unfortunately. It could be.
Mom_Mandy just resubscribed for 104 months. What am I doing with my life?
That is a good question. What are you doing with your life? Set filter glass. So now that updates. Mandy, welcome back. Thank you for the 104 months. Thank you, Mandy. That is a long time. You're trying to be kind? That's always nice. Okay, well, that's going to take a long time for that to finish. So let's make some steel rods. Leave. Can't you directly connect to a drawer? I would have to change the setup. That was the fastest way to get it connected. What else do we need? 512 steel bolts. Anything else that we can do here? I guess we can start making some of these. Now we might end up making all these resin printed circuit boards before we get all the rest of the stuff done. At this rate, geez. There's just so much stuff to just kind of wait on at the moment. Yeah, Lincoln, I am not trying to have drawers randomly connected. Everything that's downstairs is what's being connected to the drawer controller, not everything in the area that I can connect to. Bum, bum, bum. Steel rods, cutter, beep, 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 beep. There's too many things. Too many slow processes going on right now. They're going concurrently, but they're just slow. $15 buckets of glue, which is good. Make them faster? There's no way for me to make them faster, unfortunately. The only way I can make things faster is just by adding more machines and having things happen in parallel. But as far as like the actual speed in which it goes, you need to go buy another power tier, which we can't afford yet. Glass almost done. Well, that's rude. Welcome to Greg Tech. So 98 of these. Oh, saw broke. And that's done. What else can we do here? There's really nothing else that we can do. We're just waiting on those. I mean, the steel bolts, this is the slow part right now. I mean, I guess I could just use the saw and cut these in half and not get the extra bonus. Just so we can speed things up. Still need like a lot. I really didn't think this was going to be the slow part, waiting on the steel rods, the steel bolts. I was thinking that we were going to be waiting on the resin printed circuit boards. I thought literally that was going to be the longest bit, but no. Turns out, no, it is not the longest bit. All right. So we have met that requirement, and now everything else we're getting a surplus for the future, which is great. Um, how many more of these? I need 44 more of those. Okay. Resin printed circuit board. We're going to start this process up. I still also got to get the liquid tin. I need 2 stacks. That's a lot, man. Tin, 2 stacks of this needs to be extracted. Okay, that's doing its thing. I need 2 stacks of resistors, 2 stacks of the red alloy, and 2 chips. Wait, 2 chips. ULV. Tube. So that, this, those. And then we need the liquid tin. So each one of these crafts makes 2 LV circuits. And they're gone. We need a robot arm up here to like keep this stuff in stock. That's not something I'm going to worry about right now. This. So 128 of these. Red alloy. I need 2 stacks of those. I needed the resistor. We got lots of resistors. And then the resin circuit boards. Boom. So now it's just a waiting game. We just have to process all this stuff. Okay, let's make a robot arm. That way I don't have to babysit this thing. Oops. We'll just make one for right now. So that, I need tin wire. How's that chili smelling? Man, I keep getting whiffs of it. It is smelling real good. It technically should be ready in 30 minutes to 2 hours. I'll have to check it. How is Max? Is he being poofs? Max has gotten into this habit. I was telling the story earlier where he's starting to get interested in what's on TV. So interested, in fact, that he like jumps up and gets right in front of the TV when I'm watching it and tries like batting at the screen and stuff. All because I showed him some YouTube video that was designed for cats that had like a bunch of birds being fed or whatever. So he's been a little naughty in that regard. But other than that, like as far as his well-being, he's been pretty good. $11 of these cables. 3 of those. 1 of these. one of those. Boom. You've seen those videos? Oh, this stopped. Oh, we ran out of tin. Okay. Yeah, that showed up on my recommended feed. It was like video for cats. I was like, what is this? Let's take a look. And sure enough, as soon as I turned on that video, Max immediately caught attention and he was looking at the TV, and then like he got up there and he saw the birds and he was like right up in their face, like batting at him a little bit. Like it's definitely video that was made for cats. Your cat only does that when you watch hockey trying to catch the players or something? Yeah, I think they just like seeing the movement. It like triggers their brain into like attack mode or whatever. So if we had a way to automatically feed the liquid tin being made over there to here into this thing, this would just keep going. Well, man. I guess I could like remove this sign, because all the faces. Do I need this barrel underneath? Do we ever extract anything that's not into like a liquid? Maybe I could just put like a laser IO node here and then put one over here or something. $144. $144. Maybe I don't want to regulate it like this, actually, because this can only hold 8 buckets. Maybe I will undo the fancy filtering stuff that I'm doing here. Get rid of this. Let's just do insert and we'll just extract out of this. That way this can hold 8 buckets, and then if we overflow, this can hold 8 buckets. It doesn't look like we're gonna overflow, but if we do. Okay. So at this point, I just have to AFK and we will have 4 stacks of circuits. All right, sounds good to me. Chat, we're going to call it. Whoop, I didn't mean to actually exit out. I meant to AFK. We're going to call it here for today. Thanks so much for hanging out, everybody. I appreciate you. I log back in so we can AFK, but I am going to end the stream. Thanks so much for hanging out. We'll see you on the next one. Have a great rest of your day. Take care, everybody. Bye.